Oh, I have 2 SSDs. My like hardware that's listed below the stream is out of date. All right, back to the torture.
In the age of ancients, the world was
Time to die to another bone wheel.
shrouded by fog. A land of grey crags, arch trees, and everlasting dragons. But then there was fire. And with fire came disparity. Heat and cold, life and death, and of course, light and dark.
Yeah, I'll probably play the Ocarina of Time remake.
Then from the dark, they came and found the souls of lords within the flame.
Is an all bone wheel run possible?
Nito, the first of the dead.
If you use the other enemy randomizer, you can do all bone wheels. You can set it to like... You can set it to any enemy or boss.
Of chaos. Gwyn, the Lord of Sunlight.
You can do like an all Gwyn run.
Faithful knights. And the furtive pygmy, so easily forgotten.
I play some older backlog games. Not really sure.
They challenged the dragons. Gwyn's mighty bolts peeled apart their stone scales. The witches weaved great firestorms. Nito unleashed
I don't know, maybe Welcome to the Game 3 will come out today, chat. Copium.
And Seath the Scaleless betrayed his own, and the dragons were no more. Thus began the Age of Fire. But soon the flames will fade, and only dark will remain. Even now, there are only embers, and man sees not light, but only endless nights. And amongst the living are
We need a gothic pinned message, yeah.
carriers of the accursed dark side.
Yeah, a lot of people have been asking about. About gothic. Yeah, I'm just not really in the mood. I don't know. Gothic's pretty fucking long. And I know there's going to be somebody in chat who's like, well, if you rush the game, it's only 30 hours or whatever. But even then, that's still fucking
Yes,
long.
indeed. The dark sign brands the undead. And in this land, the undead are corralled.
Hey, TS, thank you for the 4 months. I mean, the Gothic remake seems fun. Like, I do want to try it, but I don't know. I'm not...
to await the end of the world.
Just, like, not really in the mood at the moment.
This is your fate.
You hope Welcome to Game 3 comes out. I really, really doubt it. But at least we'll probably get a release date. That's what I assume he's going to announce. Hey, Odin, thank you for the 62 months. Thank you, man. Alright, let's go. Oh, my controller's not working. Or, well, I mean, it's working, but hold on. There we go. Dude, sprinting with the bell, like... When I was at my parents' place, I forgot to bring my Edge controller. Not having the back pedals was so annoying. The RE4 co-op mod. No, Bach said he wanted to try to play together. Oh, hold on. I forgot to turn on the auto equip. Holy shit. What the fuck is that? My god. Wait, hold on. I need to see. How deadly is this? Can I like roll away in time? Dude, what the fuck? That blood loss buildup does so much. Jesus. Yeah, well, I did turn on... I can show you guys. So... There's an option for deadlier bonfire mimics. Adds additional mimic types and increases damage dealt by mimics significantly. I'm gonna regret this, aren't I? Apparently there is a way to identify the mimics, though. Wait, I just realized I don't have... Hold on. Well, they don't kill you. Not instantly. I mean, you just gotta be careful. Oh, I'm so fat. A mail breaker. Alright, I'm not fucking with this thing. I love dragon butts. Oh, this is fantastic. Oh, he's falling. Well, this is lovely. Bro, what is this? What the fuck? This is so unlucky. These enemies, man. Alright. Well, that's just how it goes sometimes. Today is the day I beat the challenge. I mean, it's not even... don't even think it's possible for me to beat it today. The thing is, finishing a run of this takes like 15 hours, or like probably like 15 to 20 hours. Depends on your RNG, it could take a lot longer than that, but roughly like 15 to 20 hours. The skull lantern. No, I haven't finished a run, but I know how long it takes. What's up? Yeah, you can give me a drink. There's 24 hours in a day. There is 13 hours and 21 minutes left in the day. So, I mean, if we start this run and we find the Lord Vessel as our first item, maybe then we could finish it today. If I played until midnight and didn't die. But even then, I doubt it. Wait a sec. You know what? I actually just fucked up. I could have... Well, whatever. Fuck it. It doesn't matter. This run's probably gonna die in like 2 seconds anyways. We could have actually left the skull... That's something I don't think I've ever actually seen the skull lantern as like a starting item, but... We could have actually left the skull lantern here and came back for it later if we wanted to. But this run's probably gonna be dead anyways, so... I gotta kill this guy. You know, you're kind of fucking annoying, buddy. The fuck? The hell was that? That still hit me! Oh my god, just let me go fuck it, I just want to go fight the boss. This is chill. What? The fuck is this combo, dude? Oh, you think he can send me out of bounds here? I think if you get grabbed close enough to the wall. I don't want to die to this fucking guy, please. I'm so impatient. No fucking way, dude. Of course you butt. Of course you butt slam, dude. Of course you butt slam. I just want to play the game, man. Fucking hell. That's my fault. That is my fault on that one. Yeah, that was if I didn't waste 4 Estus getting hit by the Black Knight, it would have been fine. Or if I just didn't get hit by Ornstein a million times either. Honestly though, that like 4-hit combo that he did, I feel like I've never even seen him do that attack before. And I mean, I've done this rando so much. Oh, blacksmith giant hammer. You can fast roll too. Hey, Racine, thank you for the 115 months. Oh man, I can't believe we died on that last run. I mean, we're only a few minutes in, so it doesn't really matter, but... should not have died there. Bonfire skipped. Yeah, but I don't need the bonfire. Hey, Hanyu, thank you for the 20 months. Thank you very much. Oh, wait. Oh my god, the one shot. Holy. Nice. I don't know, man. Like, I should just go fight bosses with the hammer, but I don't really like... Oh, the 6 homeward bones.
Very well.
Like, the best strat is just to boss rush, but I find it kind of boring.
Now, come again.
Hmm. Demon Great Axe. How long can you boss rush? I mean, you can kill like 8 bosses in a row before you even start looting anything. I mean, because you can go do Sif. You could do... You do Sif, Gargoyles, Quelaag, Iron Golem, ONS. You can also do Gwendolyn. A lot of stuff you can do. Ceaseless, yeah. Avalon? Hmm. Alright, well, let's go down. I mean, we got a good amount of levels. Yeah, that Titanite demon is not great. Gonna be attacking me constantly. Yeah, I'll be playing Convergence. Am I fat now? I am fat now. Unfortunate. Can I even, like, break this thing without...
Come back soon.
I don't understand why the item rando has the... Could go to Great Hollow. But we're probably just gonna end up in some shitty position with... a weapon that we can't... I don't know. The thing that sucks about going to Great Hollow is... if you have a weapon you can't use. We do have decent stats. I mean, we have 18 strength and 16 dex, which is pretty good. As long as I don't get too close to the mimic, you shouldn't wake up. Oh, shit. Yeah, but the catalyst costs 500,000. When how are you ever supposed to afford it? Fuck this. Doesn't seem too bad. That was the Lord vessel? Could be. Bro, what is the... Oh, no. Grass crest. "20 minutes of tail cutting? No, 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 not this time." Oh, God. Orange charred ring. Damn. He has a grab? Oh my. We have a pike. Oh my gosh. We need to get... Oh, yeah, it's right here. Oh, good God. You are getting pretty fat. Getting a bit low on Estus. Oh, lovely. Fuck. Hey, Miss Shinobi, thank you for the 10 bucks. Why are we going down here? Because why not? Well, we can kill this guy's ass. Maybe he has the Lord Vessel. We actually got a good weapon this time. It's quite lucky. This is actually a really good weapon. Missed item and hollow tree log. I didn't miss anything. Oh, I can't loot that? Damn it. Oh, it's a good thing we didn't pick up, we didn't pick up that item. Honestly, going to Great Hollow early is not It's a fun strat, but it's not the best. Cause like the thing is, there's not that much loot here, and it takes so long to like to run through this area. Yeah, apparently Welcome to Game 3 is coming out in July. This wouldn't be so bad if I wasn't fat. Can I quit out and come back with the loot be on the floor? I actually don't know. Why don't you sprint? I am sprinting. I'm fat though. So my sprint speed is like fucking awful. Alright, what are we gonna get from the butt? It's gonna take a little while. It's not that bad though. Is it better to one hand? I think so. The last time we punched off the tail and that was awful. Yeah, we're gonna get another skirt. Wow. What else do we got? Great Lord Greatsword. Oh, damn. This would have been faster for chopping the tail, but... alright. Yeah, we're a little fat. We need lighter armor. I remember this guy was selling... Was it just gloves? Hats? Bro.
Come again.
The fuck? Dude, this Titanite demon is in such a shitty spot. I don't know. Like, I want to hold on to this weapon, but I also just want to loot stuff. But if I loot too much stuff, I might just end up in some, like, fucked situation. Ow. Am I dead? Jesus. Holy shit, he's spamming. Oh, those are lighter pants. Okay, Crab Girl, thank you for the 108 months. Never saw this sword before. Yeah, it's the sword from Gwyn's Soul. It's pretty good, actually. Oh, God. What is that on his chest? What is that? Oh man, I don't know. I feel like I should stop looting, but I just want to loot, man. I don't know. Maybe we should just change the rules of the run to use what you see. Oh. I kind of hate that the most efficient strat is to just get like an OP weapon and then just rush all the bosses. I kind of like needing to loot. But yeah. The thing about use what you see is it kind of turns the run into like a slot machine. More so than it already is. Eye of Death. I don't know. The thing is, like, not using shops is kind of stupid. Because it's like, if you get a bunch of good weapons in a shop, then those weapons are like, you can't even ever get them. I guess is just more RNG. Oh. One weapon per boss back. Gosh. No. Well. What's up, Kip? You get fire kicks if you have the orange shard ring. Oh my god. Yeah, the problem is I need to get 6 int levels if I want to use the catalyst. Which is just not really great.
I'll be seeing. What?
Magnificent. It's not really any great weapons at the store. What the fuck? Come on, give me a See, I will say, the worst part about the Bonfire Rando is fucking Undead Parish. I hate that the bonfire here is just never, like, there's just never a fucking bonfire. Did I beat Stone Machia? No. Apparently the game's like 20 hours long. Don't think I could have, even if I played it for... No, I didn't beat it. Oh, I'm mid-roll now. My gosh. I don't know, this is kind of cursed. Dude, Soul of Moonlight Butterfly is worth so little. My god. I guess we'll go loot these items here. I don't really know. Giant's halberd. Oh man. Yeah, if only I had the stats to use it. This guy's really fucking annoying too. Well, he fucked off. Like, we don't have enough souls to use this thing is the problem. We almost have enough. We need more strength. Kind of scared of running past this guy. He... No fucking way, dude. No fucking way, man. He one-shot me? What was it? I don't even think that was a counter hit, man. What the f... Okay. Yeah, I don't know. That must be the Islith one. The thing is, I got hit by the... I got hit by the lightning, and it only did, like, half of my health at the start of the game. That was with, like, base vitality. So I really didn't think that guy had any chance of one-shotting me. Maybe it was a counter hit, though. I feel like it must have been. Yeah, maybe I got hit by, like... Maybe it was, like, a multi-hit. I don't know. Crystal straight sword. Alright, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Time to go again. Cheap dist butt plus Putin walking. What the fuck is this? I probably saw this clip a while ago, I forgot though. Hey Bosch, thank you for the 57 months, man. Thank you, dude. The golden kappa, yes. This guy gonna chase me all the way. I don't think he can get through. Hey, Ozius, thank you for the 21 months. Stragonoth, thank you for the 9 months. Bloodborne got a PS5 upgrade today? I don't think so. Two of them? Who's behind me? Oh my god. This is fucking bullshit. He's twopping. Dude, whatever, man. This is fucking bullshit. Oh my god. Fuck off, dude. I just can't. Getting so fucked. That's so annoying. Yeah, I don't know. You should like With like contact support or something. Yeah, this is fucking bullshit. How long ago did you order this shit? Been an hour? My God. It's not the driver's fault. I think in this case it might be the driver's fault though, because it doesn't say that they're like doing other deliveries. I'm pretty sure they're like multi-apping. And they're so heavy. Oh, this guy has the dark hand. I didn't even realize. Yeah, I don't know if I can request a refund. I mean, maybe I can. Well, I'm contacting support online, but it just says like...
In the age of ancients, the world was unformed.
It's just fucking AI chatbot.
Shrouded by fog. A land of grey crags, arch trees, and everlasting dragons. But then there was fire. And with fire came disparity. Heat and cold.
Oh man, it's insane how much faster you move in light roll. I think that's like that is the most annoying part about the rando to me is like when you're fat roll, like the fat roll sucks, but the movement speed is the worst part. It's like I don't know how much slower you are in fat roll. It's got to be at least like, I swear it almost feels like you're 50%, like you're at half speed. Yeah, Dark Hand is good. Alright. Yeah. I have no idea what Echoes of Aincrad even is, man. Like, I probably should just have used the Dark Hand to kill some bosses, but the stasis is so bad.
Very well. Now.
I wonder if the oh. I was gonna say, I thought I heard the bonfire. Oh, the giant's halberd. Well, we can use it. Oh my god. These enemies are chill. They are chill. Still a bit scary though. I don't know, I should probably just like... Okay, dude, I'm just gonna loot. I should just go kill stuff with this halberd, but I am fat roll. Can't help myself, really, yeah. I mean, if we could get lighter pants... Damn, I've got the vagrant armor. Vagrant backpack. Bro, this guy is going to fucking one-shot me. I just want to loot this item, man. Oh my g- Run! My god, chill, bro. Fuck off! Was his lord vessel? uh Still fat roll, yeah. The thing is, this weapon weighs like 16. It's a good weapon, but it's really fucking heavy.
Come again. Yeah, we could go clear the berg out, I guess. Getting lighter? I am not really getting lighter.
Come on down, gentlemen. Yeah. Yeah. Demon Spear? This weapon's also really good. It weighs a lot less, too. Man, I can't believe we got the Lord Vessel already. Try my best not to throw this run. Honestly, I think we should go to Andre. I think we should just go to Andre and see if he sells any light armor. I mean, I don't know, like, I kind of... I don't want to loot, though. If we get lighter pants, then we can mid-roll. We could start killing some bosses.
Well, this come back soon.
This guy always sells nothing. I mean, he has like 1 or 2 items you can buy. Most of the time it's shit, but... doesn't mean it's always shit. Oh, I want to loot so badly. Oh, fuck. Fuck it. I want to loot this. Oh shit, we're actually... Okay. Nice. We're really close to being able to mid-roll. If we're lucky, maybe we'll get Demon Titanite from this guy. We're not gonna be able to upgrade though. Oh god. Honestly, I don't know if I want to try to kill this guy right now. These dogs are so fucking scary. Hey, Erika. We are close to mid-roll. We're only 1.3 weight off. It's not too bad. I mean, I guess we could kill the Seath. It'll take a little while then. I think we get like 5,000 souls from killing this guy or something, which I guess, I don't know. Maybe it's not really worth it. But I'm gonna do it. This guy's kind of, like, I kind of have to kill him now, because he could kill me when I try to run past him if he does his explosion. We're halfway there. At least we have a decent weapon for this. Yeah, the thing is we kind of have to kill him because every time we run past him, it's gonna be kind of a problem. This guy is fucking unreasonably tanky though. No, I don't do bingo. I just get kind of bored of Elden Rings kind of quickly these days. Yeah, yeah, people are like, dude, I feel like every night I see like Tom and Blanks practicing bingo. Like the amount of people are kind of crazy about it. Come on, give me FAP. No. We have gloves, hood, and coat.
I'll be seeing you.
I think we buy the hood.
Don't get you.
Alright. Nice. There's the tail and the Drake sword. Not great.
I'll be seeing.
Come on, give me a bonfire over here, man. I assume I would be able to see it from like the effects or something. Man, the bonfire rando, like, I never see a bonfire, like a good bonfire here. It's kind of crazy. I can kill Moonlight Butterfly. It's fine. As long as the other enemies don't come down here. Alright, well. Damn. Oh my god, the range. Alright. Oh, we could go do Gargs, I guess. There's a bone wheel over there. I think. All right. Oh, man, I don't know if I should have dropped down there. The spear has such good range. Of course, the bonfires here. Oh my god. I think it's like Stray. Or maybe Asylum. Yeah, it's Asylum. That's pretty easy. This is quite the Lepa seed. Asylum, demon, gargoyles, and Lord Vessel in the graveyard. Oh, Firekeeper Soul. What was that sound? They're doing like fire alarm. I'm surprised you guys heard that. I didn't think you would. They're doing like fire alarm testing today. I kind of want to just loot this place, but because I don't really want to have to clear this again. Why is it one beep? I mean, they're just making sure that it works, right? I'm still light roll by 0.1. All right. We should probably just go do Quelaag. Or maybe we could go do Sif. We need to the fuck? Why is there a hand on the elevator? Well, yeah, I need to level up. Our Firelink Bonfire is kind of in a shitty spot. It's actually in like a terrible spot. Honestly. Because I have to go... At least the enemies here aren't bad. Spot is comfy. I mean, kind of, but I gotta run like... all the way through... the area. Hey, thanks for the raid, Mikey. I have the skull lantern, it's a sign. What's up, Buck? Frampt isn't here. You could hear him, but he's not here. I wanted to try the RE5 Rando. People said it was still kind of scuffed, though. I know you tried it a while back. Honestly, I think the one thing about the Bonfire Rando I would like is it... I feel like it would be nice if there was an option to, like, keep the Andre Bonfire. Like, leave that one unrandomized or something. Yeah, the Fierce to Fathom was really fun. Oh my... no, 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 no! Oh my god. Fucking dog, dude. This enemy is fucking bullshit. Hey, dude. Bro, he, like, what do I do? Please just fucking, like, fall down or something. I guess this works. Oh. We get Sanctuary Guardian here, we're probably gonna have to kill him. My god, that kid fucking keeps scaring me. Holy shit. Well, the Skull Lantern can be used in the Tomb of the Giants. Oh, it's Iron Golem. It's not amazing, but not that bad. Yeah, I mean, Golem's just not really that hard of a boss. He's kind of tanky, though. Like, he doesn't take that much damage. Oops. I was lucky. Why is there a demon bat here? Oh, God. Bruh. I wanted to activate the cat, but I'm not sure. Not sure I want to do that anymore. I also don't even have a homeward bone. Oh wait, no, I do have one. I didn't forget the item behind the grave. I just don't want to lose this weapon. Ella's begging to play lads game. I mean, is everyone else down? Well, I'm gonna go kill Quailag. What are we gonna get for Quailag? I hope it's not Gwen. Please don't be Gwen. It'll be Manus. It's gonna be a long fucking fight if it's Manus. Love to see a non-parry fight between Gwyn. I don't know how to do that, man. Oh my gosh. We gotta go. Yeah, R2 attacks kind of suck most of the time. I'm just gonna use this. I just want to get rid of the poison. We probably should have tried to grab a bonfire in Light Town. Centipede demon, yeah. Damage isn't amazing, but it's good enough. The fuck? What am I doing? Spamming the fireball. Basement key. Yeah, I mean, I'm down to do lads if everybody else is down. I don't know, let me see. Yeah, that Mecha Chameleon game looks fun. That game has sold like an insane amount of copies. It's actually crazy. Did I beat the chess game? No, I didn't beat Stonemakia. I would like to find a bonfire down here. Oh man, Bonfire Rando is so cursed. Honestly, Bonfire Rando makes getting the Lord Vessel, like, not really matter as much. Should be able to get him to fall off. Oh. Well, that works. Why do I do Bonfire Rando when I haven't finished the normal one? Why does it matter? You're acting like Bonfire Rando, like, changes it completely. Doesn't really affect it that much, to be honest. Like, I'm not gonna finish a run of the normal Rando and then be like, okay, now I'm adding Bonfire Rando, because, quite frankly, I don't think it makes it more difficult enough where it matters. Gotta be a bonfire down here. Yeah, the Bonfire Rando is kind of cursed sometimes, I will admit. It's like going towards the bonfire. No, I don't think so. You see it? I don't see it. I don't like this guy. He attacks like so fast. Scary. Where's the bonfire, man? There is no bonfire on the stairs. Just the sunlight maggot. Okay. Oh, this kind of blows, guys. How is there no fucking bonfire here, man? Where's the fucking bonfires? There's no way. The no bonfire mod, yeah. Oh, great. Forgot that's a fucking mimic. There's no fucking bonfire here, man. And I'm fat. I don't know why I'm even killing this guy. I mean, yeah, there's... Oh... Lads happening. I mean, I don't know. I think depends on Lepa. Running attack spam. Go. Wow. Is this one of the best shields in the game? Even if it is, it doesn't matter. I don't want to use a shield. I don't even have the stats to use it. And it weighs fucking 20 pounds. What do you mean remove it? Oh, gosh. Yeah, I don't know about this one either. They're so tanky. Okay. I want to kill this capper demon. Wow. 200 souls. The rest of the bonfire? Yeah, you don't say. Oh. Oh. Bro. What the f- Okay, dude, this these bonfire mimics are oh my god. Oh my god, what the fuck, dude? Jesus Christ. Dude, what the fuck? Okay. Jesus. Dude, that did so much fucking damage. What the f- There is apparently a way to tell if it's a mimic. That is actually fucked. So yeah, for those who don't know, there's the thing is though, like if you can tell if it's a mimic bonfire, then well, I mean, I don't know. I guess it's like it doesn't really matter. Yeah. Yeah, if you could tell that it's a mimic, then it's kind of like, what's the point, I guess, but so yeah, there was an update for the Bonfire Rando that added an option for deadlier bonfire mimics. And yeah. Well, okay, to be fair, if the Taurus demon wasn't on top of me there, I would have survived. But yeah, that was fucked. I was toxic. Well, yeah, but I was gonna. I mean, I was gonna homeward bone. I almost got the homeward bone off there, and that would have saved me. But unfortunately, the fucking Taurus demon did like 70% of my health. Hold on, give me one sec, chat. All right. Oh man, dude, I don't know. I'm starting to regret turning on the bonfire fucking rando, dude. This shit is, it is actually kind of brutal sometimes. Oh, it is fucking brutal. I mean, cause the thing, dude, like if we didn't have the bonfire rando on there, like I was saying, it doesn't make it that much harder, but it definitely does in some cases. But I do kind of like that I like that the bonfire rando makes getting the Lord Vessel not as OP early on. Cause like if we were doing the normal rando there, like without the bonfire rando, that run would have been, I don't know. I feel like we probably would have made it pretty far. Cause you get the Lord Vessel early, and then it's just like, okay, you just, anytime you pick up a weapon, you just warp to Andre, and you upgrade your weapon. And like right there, I would have been able to teleport to Daughter of Chaos, Parish, Firelink. Getting OP stuff early is part of the game, yeah. And it's not like getting the Lord Vessel early on is still useless with the Bonfire Rando, but it's not as, like, it's just not as OP. Hey, Ellie, thank you for the 3 months. Have I played Submissive Memories? No. Sounds like a porn game. Have I played any 90s horror point and clicks like Phantasmagoria? I played Harvester. I never played Phantasmagoria though. I also still never played, Larks was telling me I should play Conker's Bad Fur Day.
In the age of ancients, the world was unformed.
What do you even play Conker's Bad Fur Day on? What is it for? Nintendo 64? I don't know. I'm down to do lads, but Lepa is... I don't know where Lepa is. I think there might be a falling out with Lepa or something. I'm not sure. No. He's just at the store. Surely. Is Lepa streaming right now? He was streaming earlier. Saw he was playing the Mistfall demo. This thing sucks. Forgot the bonfire, yeah. The bonfire rando is actually so cursed. What? Good RNG. Is this real? Lightning spear. You can make it be any boss, but oh shit, we got a good bonfire here. Should probably just try to kill some bosses with this thing. I played a few of the Devil May Cry games. I played the first, and I played the fifth, I think.
Come back soon.
I've heard 2 is like the worst. I was talking about playing the second. I didn't realize people don't like it. Have I played through Max Payne? No. I don't think I've ever played a Max Payne game. Force yourself to play like region lock. Honestly, the thing is, I think if there weren't like stat requirements on weapons, I feel like doing that wouldn't be as bad. Did I ever play Alice? No. I have not. Maybe we'll get a Titanite chunk from this. Nope. Have I played Beautiful Joe? Heard of it. I've not played it though. Are there any specific items required to progress in DS1? Depends what you're doing. Oh my gosh.
Don't get you.
Oh my god, he sells infinite twinklies. Damn. Claymore, Catalyst. Mask of the Mother.
Don't get you.
I need a bonfire, please. Dude, the parish bonfires are just bullshit. There's... I'm pretty sure I even added an wait, did I? Hold on, let me see. I even added an extra bonfire in the settings for Undead Parish. Come on, like, give me one up here. Like, get... it's so off. It's never... Dude, it's never in a good spot. Like, it's fucking bullshit, dude. Oh my god, this is horrible. Oh my god. Oh, the wait, is that the bonfire right there? I think he's on the bonfire. Be a mimic. The fuck, man. You know what? Maybe we go clear the way to the undead merchant in the meantime. And see what he has. Might have something useful. The enemies here are pretty chill. Yeah, bonfires are still like localized to their area. Oh, fuck. Wait, what the fuck is this? This bonfire again. Well, it is legit because I can rest at it. I don't even have to light it. Oh my god. I don't actually understand how there's two. For fuck's sakes. Still mid-roll, thankfully. Oh, we have a shield now. It's actually kind of nice. Oh, God. Yep. Yep. Chained prisoner. Amazing. I should have rolled there. Oh, dude. Why was there two bonfires in Firelink Shrine though? I don't. Weird. Maybe one of them is the catacombs one. I mean, that doesn't really make sense though. I don't know why the catacombs would have one there. I guess maybe the bonfire up there must be the Undead Burg one. It must be considered like Undead Burg, I think. All right, we go again. Big Chungus. It's got the dark hand.
In the age.
Man, I wish that the item rando had an option to randomize the starting gifts. Oh, lovely. Am I naming my gang? I have no idea.
Regrettably.
Come here, buddy. Alright. Well, that was easy. This fucking starting spot looks horrible. Yo, Mitch, thank you so much for the raid, dude. My god, what is happening here? Holy. Well, stuff's falling. Things are dying. Yeah, we are getting a lot of souls. What enemy is in here? How are we not overweight? Well, we're close. Oh, I see the bonfire. Nice. I think we got a soul too. 2 souls. No, this is actually a bonfire because it's already lit. Let's get some health. What you got for me, buddy?
Very well.
Thank you for the 70 months, Angvid.
Now.
Man, I haven't seen the FAP ring in a while.
Come again.
Oh no. Oh no. Dude, I can't fucking go up the stairs. I'm 0.3 above. We could actually go back and level up. And get 1 endurance, I think. Dude, we've actually found a few keys this run. I don't know, I'm gonna loot the item up there. Just give me a minute. Hey, Codeine Cowboy, thank you for the 9 months, man. Ah, what a nice day in Lordran. I can move. Yippee! Thank you for the 61 months, Nico. More heavy armor. Do you guys just like seeing me suffer? Hey, Igor, thank you for the 3 months. Can't tell if that's real. Tremola, thank you for the 5 months. Oh, for fuck's sakes, man. Well, remastered is just better. I mean, it's just... If you want to do 60 FPS on Prepare to Die Edition, you have to use DSFix, and DSFix is kind of janky. Remastered is just better, in my opinion. Unless you're, like, speedrunning the game. I did level endurance. I mean, I have 16. It's not that bad. fine. The merchant is gonna save us.
What? Come back soon.
Oh, massive save. Lighter armor and a 10k soul. Oh shit. Should be able to loot this. Nope. Get off of me. Oh yeah, you can actually bonk with the shield. My gosh. Seven? Or can I even make it past this guy? Thank you. Chat, I'm not even saying it. I just said one of the numbers. What the fuck? Hey, R. Simpson, thank you for the 71 months. How are the runs? Not great. Hey, Forest Kitty. Ow. Oh, shit. What you got, Andre? A lot of humanity. Soul of Ornstein. Homeward Bones. Green Shards. Fap? Nope, no Fap. Great Sword, Dark Hand, Reinforced Club. I mean, that's actually not bad weapons.
Come get your...
I'm gonna buy one bone.
Come get your...
Come on, please give me a bonfire here. Dude, I don't even know if bonfires can spawn here. I've never seen it. It's like the fucking the guy who made the bonfire rando put like one bonfire location and it's just in the fucking hollow room. Like, there's just never a good bonfire, man. Fuck's sakes. I mean, if we get our strength up, if only there was a way to have consistent bonfires. True. Oh no. Okay. Some more strength, maybe? Can't even use this weapon, man. Fuck. No. What am I doing, dude? What am I fucking doing? Dude, what am I doing? Oh, I'm so bad. I feel like my head's just not in it, dude. I don't know. I just wanted to loot something. Shouldn't have rolled there though. Oh, man. There's a Quelaag Fury Sword on the Hunter. Hold on. I will be right back.
In the age of ancients,
I'm gonna take a
the
short break.
world was unformed, shrouded by fog. A land of grey crags, arch trees, and everlasting dragons. But then there was fire. And with fire came disparity. Heat and cold, life and death, and of course, light and dark. Then from the dark, they came and found the souls of lords within the flame. Nito, the first of the dead. The Witch of Izalith and her daughters of Chaos. Gwyn, the Lord of Sunlight, and his faithful knights. And the furtive pygmy, so easily forgotten. With the strength of lords, they challenged the dragons. Gwyn's mighty bolts peeled apart their stone scales. The witches weaved great firestorms. Nito unleashed a miasma of death and disease. And Seath the Scaleless betrayed his own, and the dragons were no more. Thus began the Age of Fire. But soon the flames will fade, and only dark will remain. Even now, there are only embers. And man sees not light, but only endless nights. And amongst the living are seen carriers of the accursed dark side. Yes, indeed. The dark sign brands the undead. And in this land, the undead are corralled and led to the north. Where they are locked away to await the end of the world. This is your fate.
Why are we watching cutscene? Because I was AFK. I was AFK. Hold on. I'm ordering some lunch. Fucking hungry. Did I have to cancel the one order? No, it finally arrived after like an hour and 15 minutes or something. I got like $15 back on the order. Yeah, maybe we'll play. I mean, we could start Conkers today. Try it out. Play it on the emulator, I guess. I don't know what the best N64 emulator is. Hour 15 is standard. The store is like 3 minutes away from our house, and it took an hour and 15 minutes because the dasher. I'm pretty sure they delivered like 10 orders before ours.
I'm done for, regrettably.
Let's go to the store. I mean, I wasn't even the one that ordered it. The DoorDash app. No, it didn't. The app didn't break. I mean, we could see the GPS. The driver was literally driving all over the fucking like everywhere. We saw them stop at like 4 stores, pick up orders. It's not. Yeah, I've been the only thing I've been watching lately is I have been watching like the CS major. I used to play CS:GO a lot. It's been kind of fun to watch. And kind of making me want to play. No fucking way, dude. Who do I want to win? I don't know. I don't really
In the ancient
I don't really know.
legends, it is stated that one day an undead shall be chosen.
The thing is, guys, instant Lord Vessel is good, but it doesn't really matter as much with the Bonfire Rando.
Pilgrimage to the land of the ancient lords. Lordran.
Because the thing is, the bonfires that you can warp to are random. Like, out of all the bonfires in the game, the warpable the rando makes it so where you can warp to is random. Or like which bonfires are warpable themselves. There's a... I don't know if you saw, Mitch, but there's like a new extraction game, kind of like Dark and Darker. It's called Mistfall Hunter. It's like a demo out right now. Kind of want to try that. I played like the play test, I don't know, like 6 months ago or something. It's pretty fun, actually. I don't remember if we played together at all. I know we did a lot of Dark and Darker before. Have you played a lot of CS before, Mitch? Called Mistfall Hunter.
No.
A lot of armor.
Come again.
I haven't played Dark and Darker in a long time. Yeah, I've heard Dark and Darker's like improved a fair bit. Yo, what's up, Eric? Thank you for the 71 months, man. And controller cable stuck on my mouse. Question is, where is the... I could actually kill these guys. Hmm. Yeah, sounds good, Mitch. Is the bonfire down here? Fuck. God damn it, dude. I see it. It's up there again, man. What kind of enthusiasm was that? I'm super rusty at CS. I don't actually know if I'm gonna play it, Mitch. I'm sorry for my lack of enthusiasm. Oh god. But I am definitely down to try that new PvE game. Dude, I used to play CS like so much, but yeah, I don't know. It's been like, I'm not even kidding. I think it's been like 8 years since the last time I played CS. I have like nearly 2,000 hours in CS. Whenever I would play CS, I would basically always... I would always play like the super shitty maps. That was like my favorite thing to do. I would play like fucking Office and Assault and I don't even know what the fun maps, yeah. Insertion was good. I used to play Dota a lot. I actually have even more hours in like... Well, I think I had the most hours in Heroes of New Earth. I didn't actually play Dota 2 that much. I think I had like maybe 500 hours in Dota 2. I mean, 500 hours is a decent amount, but in... I don't know, in terms of like MOBAs, it's not really that much. I actually had a few friends growing up that played League, and I kind of hated League. I was never really a fan. Well, I don't know. I think the reason I liked or preferred... Oh man, this is such a... I hate this bonfire spot. I don't know, League just felt so like... I didn't really like the art style that much. It felt so like kind of childish. But it was more so like the gameplay. It just felt... It felt like League gameplay was so like basic. Like you don't really... I like how in Dota you have a lot more like usable items and you have like creep denying. Feels like you have more control. I don't think it's necessarily a matter of like one is better than the other. It's more so just what you prefer, right? Started a war. Yeah, some people are getting butthurt. Yeah, I think the biggest thing for me, like when I used to play Heroes of New Earth, like I said, and I think what I loved about that game was the turning speed of the character was so fast. Oh God. So when Dota 2 came out, I remember playing it and I was like, oh, it feels like I can, like, the character control just feels so bad because of the turning speed.
Come back soon.
Am I still playing OSRS? Not at the moment. I'm gonna play OSRS again though when the new raid comes out. I definitely want to like grind the raid a little bit. Honestly, raids and RuneScape were a lot of fun. And I heard that the new one is going to be more like Theater of Blood, which I'd say that's probably my favorite raid. I don't really like Tomb's TOA that much. Is it the puzzle rooms or the boss fights? I don't know. I don't really like the system where I don't remember what it's called, like the invocation system or like setting the rank or whatever. Well, Mistfall is like dark and darker. Oh my God. Bro, this isn't the same enemy Rando as last time, right? No, it's not. It's just... it seems like it. Hold on, let me check my order. Oh shit, he's climbing the ladder? What the fuck? I'm just getting a sandwich. Got some Jersey mics. The new Fears to Fathom was fun. I don't know, I thought it was pretty fun. Bach and I had a good time. How long have I been on the challenge in total? Way too long. Lepa finished the run. I think he actually finished it like twice. Well, he finished it one time without scaling, and then one time with scaling, I think. I think Dino also finished the run. I believe. Did Avalon chest legit? I mean, doing Avalon chest legit is not, like, it's not that hard. You just need to know the setup. Which, speaking of, I should probably practice that. Hold on, I think my food is almost here. Yeah, almost. Run to Andre and then go grab my food. No, I didn't finish the chess Souls-like game. Game's good though. The boss fights are actually a lot of fun. I don't know if it's... I feel like it's not that great of a stream game though. Just because it's kind of hard to like... see what's going on sometimes. I feel like there's a lot of visual clutter. Can I backstab him? Yeah, the OST of that game was really nice. Like, you'd think that there could be a bonfire down here. Like, I've never seen a bonfire here. I don't know. I don't know why it's, like, so cursed. Dark bead. Mask of the Mother. Dude, this is, like, so similar to what we had before, too. I like how he only sells alluring skulls. What the fuck is that? That's, I've like, I don't know if I've ever seen him only sell like one item. Yeah, I don't know though. The Undead Parish bonfire is fucking bullshit. Like I swear there's no options because the bonfire rando it just randomizes through like set locations for the bonfires that the creator decided on, and it feels like there's just no... It's not even possible to get the bonfire in this area. I've never seen it like below Andre or next to Siegmeyer or here. It's always in like the hollow room or the area on the way to Taurus. All right. Well, my food's here. I'm gonna go grab my food and then maybe we'll turn on some soul salt for a minute. But yeah, I will be right back, chat. And it's already been 4 hours. God damn. Alright, okay, let me turn on some soul salt. Yeah, there's the Welcome to the Game 3 official trailer. Let's take a look.
Hello, Simon.
Gonna be fun. Looking forward to it. Alright, turn on some soul salt.
We'll see, right, man. We'll see. What I usually do first, ceases discharge or gaping? Oh, ceaseless. I haven't even... Hell of a lot I could have done to prevent that.
Just walk off the ledge.
There is a
it's
release
fine.
date. I think
Okay,
it's July
okay.
16th.
I'm gonna. It's only 5 hours. Are you fucking serious? How are you?
I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, that was all according to plan. All according to plan.
But it's good though. It's just better than nothing. You fucking kidding me, dude?
No!
So my current goal is 1, don't die. I'm really bad at the first goal.
I see a hengi. Sí, ¿de cuál es? ¡Noni! ¡Noni! Le Placide!
Night demon up there. There was a dragon ass somewhere. Did it?
Bone wheel! What was that?
Dude, I'm gonna go fucking insane. I'm gonna go fucking insane, Colton. Very unlucky though, very unlucky.
Run! Ah! Ah! Ah!
What's up, Salad? Has Lepa forsaken us?
No! Wait, what is it? No, not the... So does that happen with every piece of the Thorn armor?
And then you have to double scale, so if you go near any late game enemy, they literally 3-shot you. Yeah, wow, I love being CC chained. Yeah, that's really good.
No!
No.
This him? No fucking way, dude. I think that might be the first time I've ever died to Pinwheel.
Missä vitun kohtaa niitä
Saatana! Missä vitun kohtaa niitä portaita se on?
Yeah, I don't think I have a choice here.
I think not.
Are you fucking serious?
Oh my god! Oh!
23.8, 23.8.
Whoa. Dude, I got tricked.
Ah! What the fuck? Stop! Leave me alone! Yeah, what the fuck?
Bro, there's no fucking way, dude. What do you mean? Oh my god. I'm actually...
Pinwheel Arena matters. Does the guy like not fall? Tell me you fall. Tell me you don't like. Oh, I honestly just can't take a fuck off.
Bro, did I not? Oh my god, did I run myself out of stamina?
What? There was no fucking curse meter, was there? Dude, there was no way I could have avoided that attack.
I ain't taking part in no competition. Is she taking the fucking piss? I literally finished my animation and got fucking killed.
Right, come on, Andre. I need you to save me here.
What the fuck? Andre! He's battered me!
Oh my god, he's actually just killed me. I didn't even touch him. It was the other guy. For fuck's sake.
Hopefully there's no vagrants spawn here. That AoE is unfucking reasonable, dude.
Hey! Mita!
Yeah.
I think it's fine. I'll be right back. Okay, no I'm not. Bro, what the fuck? I literally, as I'm leaving my fucking room, I hear the enemy, dude.
Oh, I'm dead. It's over. It's over. Well, it was a fun run, chat, but it's completely over because there's nothing I can do about this. Oh, it is very over. But, I mean, we got really far through all the floodgates and stuff, but... far just isn't enough right now, alright? Open the fucking door!
Brilliant. Thanks. Can we not? Oh, you're gonna just keep doing the same thing over and over again. Are you kidding me, game? Let's just spam a stun lock move that's completely undodgeable, knocks you back, and then by the time you stand up again, we're gonna do it again.
Yep, checks out. Oh my god. Coño!
Okay, so we've gained information. We've gained information.
Ei oo totta! Ei kannattanut nauraa!
Okay, that part was maybe a cap. Oh, God. Are you kidding me?
Oh, the hop deaths are so good.
Actually kidding me?
I hate how, like, short range this weapon is.
Fuck! It's over, I'm fucking dead. How am I supposed to move? I get it. Oh.
Video is unavailable. All right. Well, I'm almost done with my food. All right, back to it. Oh, there we go. Excuse me. Oh my god, a bonfire here? Is it real? Oh yeah, sorry. This isn't too bad of a bonfire. Oh god. That was really fucking stupid, man. I didn't think... Peaceful temple. Yeah, I should have just dark signed back. Wait a sec, why? Yeah, I knew that was kind of dangerous. I don't know, man. I'm just too fucking greedy, dude. I didn't think the golem would still be on me. I feel like I think my head's just not in it today, Chad. I don't know. It's not locked in. Take off the sweatshirt. It's so hot in my house. These pants are so heavy. I don't know, I kind of want to play something else maybe after this run. I don't know if I want to do DS all day. Already been going for like 4 hours. I like Lucky Tower. I kind of wish there was a bit more variation in like the rooms in Lucky Tower. I feel like the game does get a little repetitive. Like there's not that much RNG in the rooms that you get. We were talking about playing Conker's Bad Fur Day. We also have Stone Machia, yeah. I don't know. I don't know what I want to do.
Very well. Now.
Yeah, I finished Rain World. Oh boy. Probably clear out the graveyard. We have the Divine Ember and the large Divine Ember. Oh no. Oh no. All right. Well, we got everything in the graveyard. Not bad. When will I do first playthrough of Dark Souls 3? I'm not sure about that one, man. Where the hell's the bonfire? Is it down here? Kinda need to rest at the bonfire. Oh my gosh, okay. Oh no. No! Bro, where the fuck is it then, dude? Where is it? It even looked like... Okay, wait, hold on. Remove the bonfire randomizer? Why? Because I'm dying because of it? Wait, that's so troll too, because it says rest at bonfire. How do I even know that it's... Apparently there's like a visual indicator. You heard you say that they're not dangerous? Yeah. Probably. Honestly, the worst part about this bonfire rando is the fact that the undead parish one is always in a horrible spot. It said that there's like an visual indication that... Is it because the sword is like twisted? Yeah, I have the deadlier ones turned on. I actually lost I had a good run going, Salad. And then I got ultra toxic bonfire mimic. And it fucking destroyed me. No flask? No, because I... Wait, is the fucking bonfire right up there? Okay. Interesting. All right, well. Go again. I thought that if it says rest at the bonfire that it's not a bonfire mimic. That's actually why I rested there too, because I was like, thought it was fine. See, this one is twisted. Does that mean it's a mimic? No. I don't know. Apparently there is a way to tell if it's a mimic, but I don't... It's not the... It's not that. It's the chain. The thing is, I was looking... I don't... What does that even... What do you even mean chain? I was looking at the previous bonfire that just killed us in the last run. I didn't see any chain. What is the... Where is the chain? What does that even fucking mean? Are you guys talking about the actual mimics? Like the mimic chests? Obviously that doesn't apply here. See, there's like a flame, like... See, I mean, you could see this one has like a little flame coming out of it. Does that also mean it's... Yeah, I don't know how to tell. It does say that there's a way to tell. At least in the version of the Rando that I'm using, I'm pretty sure there's some sort of tell for if it's a mimic. I don't know how you... I haven't quite figured that one out yet, though. Can tell by activating them. Yeah. Hmm.
Very well. Now, come again.
Come on, give me the early FAP. Oh, the FAP ring is so nice. Fix the muted sounds. I don't know. What are you talking about? I feel like there's gotta be an option for a bonfire to be in this, like... Oh, we got the one here. Or did we? I'm gonna go try to kill some bosses with this thing, because it's actually a pretty good weapon. The game volume is low. Is it? Come on. Give me FAP. Oh man, it pains me just running past all this loot though. But we should probably try to make use of this weapon because it's pretty good. It's a normal spear. I think the spear drops... Isn't it like a drop from the demons? Like a chance? Oh shit. Don't drop a weapon, please. Oh, but he made me fat. That's okay, that's okay. Oh, we got a Demon Titanite. Doesn't it cost like 10,000 to upgrade a demon weapon though or some shit? It's like fucking absurd. Or no. I don't think Demon Titanite is. I think it's the dragon scale that's 10,000. I think Demon Titanite is cheaper. Oh god. Oh, here we go again. We were in this exact same position earlier. I think I have 3 more damage this time though. Well, here we go, guys. Time to kill the butt. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we had the same weapon earlier. I think the last time it was 168. Might be wrong though. Maybe I am doing less. At least we actually have a weapon that can kill this guy. We did the same exact thing a few hours ago, yeah. The same weapon. Please die. This has taken nearly 3 minutes. 3 minutes of butt stabbing. Exhilarating. Come on, fap ring. No fap ring. There's light boots.
Don't get yourself.
How much do my boots weigh? How much? We need to save 1.8. I think we're still gonna be fat, but we can get 1 endurance level. Is fap ring early bad? Not really, because the thing is, there's only like, I don't know, there's only like 15 rings in the game or something. So if you get fap ring right away, it's pretty unlikely that it's gonna get replaced fast. Unless you get unlucky. But most of the time you don't find rings that often. You're way more likely to find armor or like weapons. And yeah, the fap ring helps so much early for the extra health and the equip load especially. Probably shouldn't have picked that up. This weapon's pretty good. I mean, it has 280 damage. A sec, I kind of want to go... kind of want to go down. Dude, the Undead Parish bonfire is genuinely just bullshit. I feel like the creator needs to add, like, more locations in Parish or something. Or maybe I've just been insanely unlucky. Yeah, I know, Salad. I added an extra bonfire to Undead Parish. Wait, where was the Firelink bonfire? I don't even remember. Yeah, but I'm not talking about the enemies, Salad. Oh, right, it's by the chests, yeah. I just mean the bonfires, they never spawn, like, close to Andre. It's like, you'd think that there would be a possibility to get a bonfire, like, below Andre. Next to the mini-boss. But it doesn't seem like you can. They can only spawn on enemy locations. Really? Well, I don't know. I've done... I don't know how many runs I've done with this Bonfire Rando. But I have never once seen a bonfire anywhere close to Andre. I did get one next to the elevator. That could have also been a mimic. But yeah, that's true. I did get one next to the elevator that one time, and then I died like 2 seconds later. Well, I feel like it's kind of stupid that it only replaces enemies. There's no other way to do it? Well, no, there is, because that rule doesn't always apply. There are bonfires that 100% are not where enemies spawn. Why do I feel like this bonfire is gonna kill me? This probably isn't even real, is it? Yeah, I have no idea how to tell them apart either. You got dusk killed? Oh no. That's sad. Hey, Contra, thank you for the 46 months. You died on Dust 2. Well, that's kind of what happens. Alright, what do we got? I mean, if it's Gwyn, we could kill him. No, it's Artorias. Great. Wow. Such damage. This is horrible. I don't know about this one, guys. Damn, he's rolling up the cliff. I wonder if you could get him to roll out of bounds. Yeah, I probably should have just left. Man, I'm surprised that a +1 demon like God lightning does literally nothing to Artorias. I'm surprised the +1 spear was like that bad. I guess if I had more like strength and dex, it would have been okay. It's annoying that you can't even punish the spin flip. You can't even fucking punish the spin flip, like, safely. Because if he follows it up, you just get fucked. Maybe with like a dagger or something, but then you're probably not going to hit him because of the range. Hey, Train Hard, thank you for the 71 months. Thank you, dude. Oh man, today's kind of rough. All right, hold on. I will be right back.